I believe so that they were. And I'm telling you, straightforwardly, everything was a mess when we heard the verdict. Elizabeth Milner got up, ran inside. I jumped in, plugged in my microphone and my IFB, ready to go. So it was almost like a frenzy here. You can kind of feel the vibes. And that's what I'm trying to convey to you all, by the way, that here everyone can kind of feel the vibes that something wild is going on. I did see the commotion behind me. I did see the Sprinter van, but honestly, I was plugging in during all of this, so I didn't physically see them with my eyes, but I do believe that they were there in the courtroom.
And if you're just joining us here on Law and Crime on the live stream, it's great to be with you. We have a verdict in the trial of Sean Diddy Combs, and I want to read through this verdict for you once again, just so we're all on the same page. The judge the deputy, in the matter of the U.S. versus Combs, count 1, juror number 5, the foreman says not guilty. Sex trafficking of Cassandra Ventura, not guilty. Transportation for prostitution, guilty. Sex trafficking of the victim that went by the pseudonym Jane, not guilty. And then transportation for prostitution of Jane, guilty. Have another court update coming in. The judge asking the media not to question jurors about their deliberations. Jurors, you can contact our chambers. You gave up a lot these 10 weeks. It is inspiring. You worked together, rain or shine. You answered the call of public service. That should give us hope. The judge then says, I need to address a few matters with the lawyers. Then I will come back to meet with you, jurors. All rise to the jury. Then the jurors then exit the courtroom, and the judge says, I'll hear any application then about sentencing date. Combs' attorney, Mark Agnifilo, says he should be released. Combs Agnifilo says he is no longer charged with sex trafficking or racketeering. His plane has been chartered. It is in Maui. He does not have access to his plane. This is his first conviction, and it is a prostitution offense. He should be released. William Corman, criminal defense attorney, as someone in this line of work, how strong of an argument that is that Sean Combs should be released?
The problem is this. Combs has a significant amount of assets, and if Sean Combs chose not to come back to court to be sentenced, he would be able to do that. So again, correct, he has no criminal record. Correct, he's been found guilty only of the lowest hanging fruit, as we've been calling it. I think it's an argument that can be made. Obviously, the prosecution is going to argue against it vociferously. I'd be surprised if the judge went along with it, but candidly, I think we've all been a little surprised by what's happened in the past few hours. But again, I don't anticipate the judge will allow it.
Mark Agnifilo continuing on here saying his family is here and could sign a bond. He should be released today to go back and live at Two Star Island, which is in Miami. Judge says, this is just coming up right now. I will hear from the government in a moment. Are you proposing he just walk outside now? And the defense says yes. Candace, there's going to be a lot of conversation about Sean Combs and his legacy. You can't unsee the 2016 video from the Intercontinental Hotel, that is for sure. But how does this verdict impact how people may view Sean Combs going forward?
You know, some people are going to view him as a hero. Some people are going to view him as a victim. They really will. Some people are going to say, what in the world? We were in there for 7 weeks and we heard all of this debauchery and all of these things that when we look at the cumulative effect of the evidence, I think he was guilty. So you're going to have people on both sides. But I think in terms of his legacy, personally, the legacy for him is going to still be his music. That's going to survive and live. But I think there's a legacy that's going to happen in terms of this case in particular. And when RICO is used, there's going to be a lot of conversation and information exchange online and on shows like yours about when do we really need to apply RICO, because out of this, I think that's what the largest conversation has been about. Yes, there was Astroglide and yes, there was baby oil, but what is this RICO and what does it mean? And is it being unfairly used by people who are in the music industry? Is it being unfairly used by people like him who happen to be rich and seemed like someone who we could make a big headline out of if we are the prosecutors? This is what the defense was saying in their closing argument, that this is just over prosecution of someone who, let's leave his legacy alone. There's nobody here who's coming after Sean Combs, but the government. Don't trust them. I think that's going to be the lasting legacy of this case in particular.
And you think of the 2016 video once again, and it's the video of Sean Combs. He's in a towel. He's chasing after Cassie Ventura, and grabs her and beats her. It was video that Sean Combs then, according to testimony from a security guard, he paid off $100,000 to get rid of what he thought was the only copy. And yet, in the end, they find not guilty of sex trafficking of Cassandra Ventura. William, what about her testimony just didn't get the job done? Or maybe should I say, what is it about the defense's argument that did get the job done and got a not guilty verdict?
I'm going to assume that it was the defense counsel's argument that was saying, look, this is a complicated relationship. This is a relationship that was fraught with domestic violence, but Sean Combs hasn't been charged with domestic violence. Sean Combs has been charged with this grand scheme, this RICO enterprise, if you will. And there's a big difference between being involved in the RICO scheme and being, unfortunately, a serial abuser. And if we were on trial for him being a serial abuser, there's no argument to be made. We've all watched the video. We're going to watch it 100 times during the course of this trial. But you can't make the connection between him being a serial abuser to him running this giant criminal enterprise, including the sex trafficking. Because again, there was a huge amount of digital footprints where she was involved in it and she was willing to go along with it and she was amenable to it and she indicated that she was into it and things along those lines. And those points obviously hit home with the jury.
And also not guilty on sex trafficking of the victim who went by the pseudonym Jane, who also there were text messages that the defense used to argue that these were consensual relationships. There's been a lot of talk, Candace. I want to say hello to the 55,000 people joining us right now for this coverage of the verdicts in the trial of Sean Diddy Combs. There's been a lot of talk about just how good Sean Combs' defense team was, that this was the all-star dream team cast for a defense team. What did they do that is different than the typical defense attorney that you see in a courtroom?
Present witnesses, it was kind of like they did, in that they were able to jab holes into the witnesses on cross-examination. So really, they had witnesses speaking on their behalf. If you look on it that way, that you are my witnesses, and now I'm going to show inconsistencies. Now I'm going to show bias. Now I'm going to show that you are a money grabber in this particular one. Now I'm going to show that the government is after Sean Combs. So I think that there were a lot of opportunities, and they did do a very good job. On the other hand, so did the prosecution. So I think that that's really kind of the takeaway, and that is when we look at these attorneys that were great across the board. That was one of the things that was really spectacular about this. You saw fine attorneys on both sides doing very, very good work. Of course, Sean Combs is in that position to afford an attorney, and not everybody's legal journey is going to look this way. But the defense did do a very good job. During closing, Mark Agnifilo was very interactive, comedic, really kind of brought light to the fact that, you know what, maybe this is, not as big as you think. So we got Astroglide off the streets, right? That's what he said. Big deal. Oh, wow. Aren't they great? So he really kind of made light of what this really could translate as when you really break down what he said is just a modern day love story. Some people might laugh at that, but he did connect with the jury in that way. With the same token, so did the prosecution, but the jury made their choice.
Another update from court, the judge asking the defense, are you proposing $1 million bond? Mark Agnifilo says, Diddy's defense attorney, yes, and travel to Florida, New York, and Los Angeles. Then Assistant U.S. Attorney Comey says the U.S. opposes his release. A person found guilty shall be detained until the judicial officer finds he is not likely to flee or be a danger. Comey continues on saying the defendant faces a maximum sentence of 20 years. Even while faced with this case, he assaulted Jane here in New York, preparing to surrender. He had drugs in his hotel room, was ready to commit the same offense. The judge then continues on saying, I am not going to resolve this second. I need to review the statutes. Ms. Comey, do you have a case in which bail was denied after a conviction under the Mann Act? You may confer and come back. We'd plan to be here the whole day. So this, we do have more business to attend to, even though this verdict has been read. Let's go back to Sierra Gillespie outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Sierra, what more are you seeing outside the courthouse? And just as you're processing how all of this played out, as someone who covers celebrity for our Law and Crime YouTube channel Scandal, how will people, and time will tell, but how does this impact Diddy's legacy compared to if he came back as guilty for racketeering conspiracy?
Wow, Chris, there's a lot to digest. Again, I am still shocked the fact that we have a verdict after 1 hour of deliberation this morning. And like I said, we're here live on our live stream, ready to go and bring you the latest, as Chris has been doing so eloquently, getting you guys all up to speed. So what's happening is I'm standing here facing the camera with the courthouse behind me. And I swear to you, every time I turn back to look and see, okay, what's going on? Am I going on air? Am I not? Every time I turn back around, there is more people. I'm going to guess 200 people, could be more, that are just surrounding the front of the courthouse there as these arguments about bail are going back and forth. You can feel the vibes here, right? And I think, going to your next question, Chris, about what does this mean for P. Diddy's legacy, overall, I think this is a win for him, especially the fact that at first this is a hung jury when we're talking about racketeering, conspiracy. You know, either side, we aren't able to decide. You know, maybe if it ends in a hung jury, there could be a retrial down the line. We don't know. It's still up in the air. But the fact that it's not guilty, their major win. The fact that it's not guilty on 2 more of the charges, the fact that he is only found guilty on the transportation to engage in prostitution, I think that's a major win for him. And especially in the way that celebrity lives are different than the ordinary people, quote unquote. And I'll call myself an ordinary person. My life is a little bit different than P. Diddy's. But I mean, as far as all of that goes, honestly, they talked about this during the ongoing trial. They talked about how there was another famous rapper who took part in these freak-offs, you know, with the transportation to engage in prostitution, kind of going to that. Now, I'm not saying this person has been charged at all, but what I'm trying to say is that in the celebrity world, this is more acceptable. This is just something that happens. It's not something that people usually get charged for. So honestly, P. Diddy's reputation is not as down in the dumps, I think, as perhaps it maybe once was.
And you think of just how people consume media these days. You can listen to a Diddy song in your headphones on the subway on the way to work, and nobody knows what you're listening to. It's your business whether or not you want to still consume the content that he produces. Do have more updates coming in. The Assistant U.S. Attorney Comey continuing to say, I'm aware of cases. This is as far as whether Sean Combs, what bail, if bail should be set, because he's been found guilty on 2 counts related to the Mann Act, transportation to engage in prostitution. She says, I'm aware of cases involving minors, but we intend to raise relevant conduct at sentencing, the drugs and violence. The judge says, I like the letters from each side. When? A few hours. So we're expecting to hear something related to bail moving and at least at some point today, potentially. The judge then says, I think that makes sense. Mr. Combs does not want to go back to the MDC, and Mr. Combs is shaking his head. So 1 p.m. letters, and we'll convene in the afternoon. I'll let the parties know when. Mark Agnifilo says he would be a fool, which he is not, to violate any condition. So the judge says for now they are adjourned. So there you go, adjourned until 1 o'clock in the afternoon when I believe the prosecution and defense will be making some sort of argument about what happens now to Sean Diddy Combs ahead of any potential sentence related to the 2 charges that he was found guilty of, transportation to engage in prostitution. Have a poll, a big poll result, more than 24,000 of you voting on this. Predictions on the verdict. At the time, we had guilty on some counts at 48%. So you were correct. Guilty on all counts, 36%. Not guilty at 14%. William, I'm going to bring you back in because I asked Candace just what this defense team did well for Sean Diddy Combs, though he is still convicted on 2 pretty serious charges and could end up going to federal prison. But when you look at this defense team, this all-star cast, what did they do that's just a little bit different than the typical defense attorney that someone might get if they don't have the money that Sean Diddy Combs has?
Well, first of all, what you just said is probably the most important part of it here. I mean, they had next to limitless resources, which unfortunately is not true for the overwhelming majority of people who are charged either federally or on a state level. And so, you know, Sean Combs is in a position to be able to afford not only top-notch attorneys, but everything that comes along with it. Top-notch investigators, people who are willing to pour through and able to pour through hours and hours and hours of videos, to go through thousands upon thousands of text messages. The system doesn't allow for that in most circumstances. So Combs is very lucky and blessed to be able to afford that type of attorney with the resources that go with it. As far as the lawyers themselves go, look, they did a fantastic job here. One of the things that they did during a closing argument was they humanized Sean Combs as much as they could. They did everything they could to take the sting out of that 2016 video that we've all seen 1,000 times now. They were successful in doing that. And in their cross-examination of the government's witnesses, they were able to sort of put on a shadow case. They called no witnesses, but instead they used the government's own witnesses against the government. And that's the key to cross-examination, is when you have these witnesses who are testifying against your client, if you're able to spin it in such a way that they become your witnesses or testify favorably for your client, that's exactly what you want them to do, and that's what they did here. They certainly did that with Cassie Ventura. They did it with Jane. They did it with Mia, and those were obviously the three most important witnesses that the government had, and yet they were able to turn that testimony around and use it to their own advantage. It was brilliant.
Programming update for today as we are following this coverage live of the verdicts related to Sean Diddy Combs. We'll run through the verdicts once again for you here in just a moment, just in case you're just joining us, trying to figure out what's going on. I can tell you that count 1, racketeering conspiracy, that was not guilty. Sex trafficking of Cassie Ventura, not guilty. Sex trafficking of the victim, pseudonym Jane, not guilty, but guilty counts on both related to guilty verdicts on both counts related to transportation to engage in prostitution. And we are breaking down exactly what this means. Court right now has been adjourned until this afternoon as the prosecution and defense are trying to figure out what is going to happen to Sean Combs ahead of any possible sentence that he could face. He's been staying at the Metro Detention Center since his arrest in September of last year. The defense is arguing $1 million bond, let Sean Combs go home, but then the prosecution saying, hey, he was still convicted. He needs to stay in custody ahead of whatever possible sentence, which there could be a sentence that puts Sean Combs in federal prison. So that part of the story is not done just yet, but we're expecting to learn a little more about what could happen ahead of sentencing this afternoon. Another update just coming in here after the judge left the courtroom. From the gallery, there was a loud clapping and cheering as Sean Combs is led back into the holding cell. Candace, I think of yesterday when the partial verdict came back. We put up that sketch, and it was for the first time, at least that I saw in a sketch, that Sean Combs looked concerned. To think of less than 24 hours later, it is this situation that he's in. I keep asking for your reaction because it's just incredible to think when you look back on this case that was a strong one, that many people believed, a strong one by the prosecution. One question I have is why not call more witnesses? He's facing all these civil lawsuits for people saying that he did a lot of the things that Cassie Ventura and Jane accused him of. Why were there not more victims, that could have potentially bolstered the prosecution's case more?
Well, listen, we are going to find more about Gina. I think that is one of the instances where people have a lot of questions. For people who know her story, she had a lot to say. We didn't hear from her. We didn't hear from Christina Quorum. We didn't hear from security guards, as I've talked about. He's got a lot of civil lawsuits where some of this information might come out and play out. Why not do it? Just did not work strategically. Why didn't we hear from more prostitutes? I think that fact is that we know that when it comes to the Mann Act, that was the low-hanging fruit and that was proven. But when we look at other witnesses, we have to go on a case-by-case basis. What were their stories? What were the options in terms of, if I'm a prosecuting attorney, do I need to take a chance and have them on that stand? Or have I made my points? And I think that each side did their due diligence to bring the witnesses before the jury make their case. As the defense did, they said, hey, I'm going to punch holes in these particular witnesses that you're bringing prosecution. And apparently it worked. But I think that one thing that people have to remember is this. When it comes to him getting out, this is a man that was convicted. This is a man that when he came to New York, as William said, he's someone who brought drugs and was set up for a freak off and was going to continue in that same vein. If I were the defense, though, I would say that was also a man who was addicted to drugs. This is someone now who is not addicted to drugs. He is also someone now who knows that his fate is a lot more important than he would have ever thought of. And I would make that argument on that side. But I think I'm for the prosecution to say, why would he go anywhere? He was convicted on 2 counts. This is not something that leads to, yes, let's let him walk out today, a free man. I don't think that would make sense. Terrible precedent.
Another programming update for those of you joining us here on the Law and Crime YouTube stream. Jesse Weber, who has been one of the leading voices in analyzing this case, going back to when Sean Combs was indicted, as all of you know here on Law and Crime. He's going to come on the stream, take over for me at 11:30 this morning Eastern time. So if you have post-verdict questions, be sure to drop them in the chat. We'll get those for Jesse as well as Elizabeth. Very excited to hear just her thoughts, what it was like to be in the courtroom as that verdict was read. And then if there is any sort of news conference, if the attorneys come out, both prosecution and defense, we will bring you those news conferences live. Also, Dan Abrams is going to be joining us at 10:50 to talk a little bit more about this verdict and his reaction, having covered so many high-profile cases throughout his career. William, I have a question coming in here. This is from IA. It's a question. Candace, I'll ask you this question as well. William, I'll start with you. Does this mean that the prosecution didn't pick its witnesses well? It seems they didn't take testimonies and sentenced him based on receipts for prostitution, no?
So again, whenever there's a verdict, regardless of what the verdict is, hindsight's always 20/20. So we can easily sit here and pick apart what the prosecution did. We can sit here and pick apart what the defense team did. But as Candace said earlier, they both did an outstanding job. Whether or not they should have called other witnesses, some of these other women who are suing Diddy, the fact of the matter is this, is that every one of those witnesses who the prosecution could have called because there were lawsuits going on, the defense team is going to say, this is yet another person who's suing Combs. This is yet another person who has a financial motive here, because that's where those witnesses would come from. So I think it's easy to sit here and say, yes, they should have called these other witnesses. But again, all those witnesses probably had their own baggage that came along with it. The key, though, is quorum. I am surprised that we didn't hear from KK. Again, we don't know what her situation was in terms of immunity. I don't know if it would have tipped the scales, but if there was one witness who, as I sit here, obviously not being part of the trial, that I probably would have wanted to hear from, it was her. I think she could have helped the government, again, if she was willing to testify on their behalf.
And you're taking a live look outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. You can just see the crowd of people who have gathered in the wake of these verdicts that have come down in the trial of Sean Diddy Combs. A live shot there of the front door. His defense wants him to go home today. $1 million bond. We'll see if the judge, what he has to say about that. The prosecution has asked that Sean Combs continue to be held ahead of any sort of sentencing. We don't know when a sentencing date would be, but there's going to be conversation about what happens to Sean Combs after this verdict in the afternoon. Court's been adjourned until 1 o'clock. We're waiting to get our Elizabeth Milner. She's just getting set up right now. So if you do have questions for Elizabeth about what just went down in the courtroom, put those in the chat and we'll ask those questions to her live on the air. Candace, not to simplify what happened, but as we try to analyze all the testimony over 7 weeks and whether this witness was strong or that witness was strong, in cases like this, what does it just come down to? How often does it just come down to these were 12 people that just saw it this way, and if it was 12 other people, they could have seen it another way?
I think that is the most concise, specific, right answer. You don't know these 12 people and how they believed and felt about each of these particular witnesses and crimes. If we go back to the first witness, which was Daniel Phillip, a prostitute, and then there was Israel Flores, and then, the Eddie Garcias and the Kid Cuddies and the Regina Ventures and the Cassies and all of these people, Capricorn Clark, I would say that there were plenty of witnesses that were called that if you were going to follow the black letter of the law, that they definitely made their case. So I think that it's what you said. How did these people actually feel about these particular charges? Was it hard for them? Did they have to kind of, just a bad smell going down like, I do not want to go there. I do not like the feel of this. And I think what you're saying is exactly right. It was just something that they could not really kind of find a meeting of the minds with their own kind of moral compass. And I think that we're definitely going to be hearing from these jurors very soon. Well, I mean, we definitely are, because people are after them. There are people in those lines that I've met from stations all over, then that's what you do. You look at the jurors, you memorize their faces, and you follow them outside of court, and hopefully you get one. So we will hear from them very soon. But I think that it's going to be a case of that.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to hear how they saw this case and what changed from yesterday, just before 5 o'clock, when it was a partial verdict, hey, we're going to go home, to then less than an hour, 9:52 a.m., they sent the note that they had a verdict. Sean Combs, guilty for transporting prostitutes, the Mann Act, guilty on those 2 counts, but that's it, not guilty on the rest. Candace Kelly, you have been outstanding to be with us throughout the morning here, especially hopping on with the breaking news of this verdict. Thank you so much for being with us. We really appreciate it. And now let's bring in Elizabeth Milner. She is live outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Elizabeth, I will hand you the ball. What was it like to be in the courtroom? Take us inside the moment.
Oh yeah, well, let me tell you something, Chris. The moment was it was the moment that everyone's been waiting for. And I literally had to go count by count by count, just writing out, what was it going to be? And so obviously count 1 being not guilty, count 2 being not guilty, count 4 being not guilty. The only guilties were for count 3 and count 5, that being transportation to engage in prostitution, i.e. the Mann Act. And so I will say this, Chris, that whenever I will say this, Chris, that whenever the verdict was being read out loud, that Tinny and Sean Combs were holding hands, like clasping hands very much together during the verdict. There was an audible exclaim coming out from the gallery, that being Sean Combs' family, that being other people who were just sitting from members of the public, because obviously all of us in the press were just writing everything down, that there was very much an exclaim that came out when count 2 and count 4 were read out loud, but also count 1. Obviously, those were the charges that Sean Combs was acquitted of. And a lot of people are like, yes, yes, yes. I saw him turn around in his seat at the defense table to tell his family he's coming home. His family they were crying tears of happiness, obviously. I remember I was speaking to Charlucci, one of Diddy's childhood friends, somebody who's been inside that courtroom every single day of trial, but also he was one to be attending some of those pre-trial hearings. He's been adamant that his really good friend is innocent. He's been adamant about this. He was the one also coming in with the free puff shirts. I asked him what were his thoughts after this verdict was read out loud, and he said, God is good. So obviously from the defense's side, the lawyers all hugging, they were shaking, they were crying. Tinny and Ana Maria Esteval, they literally hugged and cried while after the jury was dismissed, after they were taken back to the attorney room. There was an audible applause even for Mark Agnifilo, Mark the Shark. People were just standing up and clapping for him. And again, everyone, this wasn't just the Combs family that was doing this. This was also members of the public who were inside that courtroom. I saw that whenever the jury was still present, so I'm kind of going a little step back here, Chris, is that whenever the verdict was read and he saw that it was only guilty for count 3 and 5, that he looked at the jury. And I think, if I'm remembering this correctly, because everything just kind of felt like a blur, but I think I'm remembering this correctly, I saw him mouth thank you to the jurors, or at least bare minimum do this to them. I saw that Justin's girlfriend was crying. Shapiro was nodding over at Sean Combs. Sean Combs again told his family that he was coming home. And I did make it a note right here, Chris, I just got to it, that obviously Sean Combs was thanking the jury, looked at the jury whenever they were leaving for the day. So obviously from the defense's side, obviously those for people who were very much Team Combs were just very, very pleased with the verdict, to the point where Mark Agnifilo made a pretty strong and compelling bail application argument too. Obviously, we don't know if Sean Combs is going to be released today, possibly pending sentencing for the counts that he was found guilty on, but we'll see once those letters come in later this afternoon and we hear arguments from both sides. But the family, I will tell you, Chris, they're very happy, even with 2 of the counts being coming back as guilty.
Yeah, and with just how concerned it seemed that Sean Combs was yesterday for the partial verdict, to then have this unanimous verdict and what he was found not guilty of. Elizabeth Milner, thank you. I now want to bring in Law and Crime CEO and founder Dan Abrams. Dan, thank you for taking the time to be with us. What is your reaction, especially on this count 1 racketeering conspiracy, Sean Combs not guilty?
Look, this is a win for Sean Combs. This is a big victory. No matter how you look at this case, there was almost no chance he was going to be acquitted of the transportation for the purposes of prostitution counts. Now, when you looked at all the evidence, all the records, all the documents with regard to those counts, it was hard to imagine how he would have been acquitted of those charges. The fact that he was acquitted of all of the most serious charges is a big win. And let's talk for a moment about the racketeering charge. What, yesterday? They were so incapable of reaching a unanimous verdict They said that people, I forget the exact wording about the language that they used to talk about the divide on the jury. And then they come in and within an hour, they've got a unanimous verdict on it. It just shows you that judges sending the jurors back can work. Jurors will tell the judge, "Oh, we're hopelessly deadlocked." The judge will say, "Go back, go back." Well, in this case, it was pretty easy. But look, headline is this is a big win for Sean Combs.
Absolutely. Unpersuadable is what they said yesterday in the 4 o'clock hour before they go home. And then 9:52 this morning, less than an hour into deliberations, they have a unanimous verdict. Dan, what was it, in your opinion, Cassie Ventura's testimony? I remember Elizabeth talking about just how emotional it was in the courtroom when she was on the stand. And yet, not guilty is the verdict the jury finds. What is it about the defense that apparently spoke to the jury where they felt that she was not a victim of sex trafficking?
Right. I mean, look, you needed coercion and force, right? And I think that there was enough consensual activity, consensual relationships between Jane and Cassie, such that the jurors didn't feel that there was proof beyond a reasonable doubt that this was sex trafficking, even though you only needed a single instance, right? As the judge told the jurors and the prosecutors told the jurors. If they were convinced of just one, even if the rest of them were consensual, that would have been enough. Jury didn't believe that existed. Look, this is a classic, I would say, compromise verdict. But when you view it as a compromise, it doesn't quite do it justice at how big a win it is for Sean Combs.
And Elizabeth, as you're standing outside the courthouse right now, I know we just had video of members of Diddy's family leaving. This was not a trial where you saw like a Luigi Mangione crowd of supporters outside every day. What are you seeing right now with the news of these verdicts coming in?
Yeah, well, as you guys can see behind me, I don't know if you can see behind me but we see a Cadillac Escalade or a Ford Escalade. I can't name what cars that is, but you see a large black SUV behind me. We have two vans behind me. The two Sprinter vans are obviously going to be holding in the Combs family. And all I can see right now, Chris, is just a crowd of people, both press and the public, just crowding around. Their cell phones are out, their cameras are out. Some people are standing on what looks to be ladders, or at least kind of those metal barricades. And I see obviously some in security, some even kind of standing in the roadway. I hope they're not necessarily blocking any traffic, but I did hear an audible kind of exclaim when the family did come out. Obviously, everybody who's watching at home, Sean Combs is not coming outside of the courtroom at this moment right now. We do not see him or anything like that. He's still back in a holding cell while both sides kind of work out what they're going to be saying in their arguments later today about Sean Combs' bail application. But from what I could see, the SUV, the Sprinter van, it's crowded. It is a whole bunch of people really probably trying to get a glimpse of the Combs family, get their reaction after this verdict was read out loud today. And so it's really kind of a pretty packed scene outside there, as people are just waiting to see what the family's reaction is, as they are pretty pleased with today's verdict. Obviously, they would have liked probably for him to be acquitted on all counts, but in terms
Chris,
of just the verdict that was rendered today, it seems like the family is pretty pleased.
Yeah, go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, Chris, I was just going to say that I think the answer to your question about why there's not this sort of groundswell of support out there is because he's admitting, his lawyer's admitting he did bad things, right? This isn't one of these cases. This isn't one of these cases where it's a question of did he do it or didn't he do it? We know he did it. We know he did really bad things here. The question is, did those really bad things fall into the legal definition of sex trafficking or racketeering? And the jury believes the answer is no. But that doesn't mean that he's going to get the kind of groundswell of support that someone who people believe is literally innocent, falsely accused, might get in a different kind of case.
And you've even seen it, Dan, I know you covered the OJ trial. I mean, OJ Simpson found not guilty, but no one up until his death had, for the most part, pretty glowing things to say about OJ Simpson in hindsight of how that played out, even though there was a not guilty verdict. I'm just thinking of OJ. I think of Johnny Cochran, one of the great defenses of all time. As you've covered a lot of high profile cases, where does the defense that Sean Combs got in this case rank?
Well, look, it was a very good defense, but they also had good legal arguments to make. I mean, they had the fact that Cassie and Jane were in these long-term relationships with him. They had the text messages, which were very positive and at times glowing and loving, which I think helped him a lot. You had the fact that racketeering is a complicated case where you need more than one person, you need more than one crime, et cetera. So it's not really quite apples to apples, right? In a murder case as you had here.
And then just lastly,
Chris. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll let you go. I'll let you go. Law & Crime founder and CEO Dan Abrams. Always good to have you on. Thanks for taking the time to be with us.
Great to be here.
Elizabeth,
great job, guys. Appreciate it.
Oh, we appreciate that.
Elizabeth, great coverage in the courtroom too. Love it.
Absolutely. Elizabeth, I will go to you right now. Let's break down these arguments here, because you have Diddy's defense is saying that he should go home today, that, this is not guilty on the majority of the counts, the most serious counts. He should walk out of here. The prosecution is not saying that. As you take a live look at the media that is outside of the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. What can we expect today when it comes to the arguments for what happens next to Sean Combs?
Well, what we can expect is that the defense is going to really be adamant about letting Sean Combs out today. He has a lot of money to post what they have been proposed as a $1 million bail, have some of his family members be able to kind of co-sign off that, and for him to just walk out of that courthouse today. I have to kind of really emphasize that today. He did not want to go back to MDC. Whenever the judge was like, I am sure that Sean Combs doesn't want to go back to MDC, he was shaking his head over at the defense table. A lot of people were kind of chuckling in the gallery today. But as far as just like the arguments that the defense initially made, Mark Agnifilo making these arguments as his voice was shaking a little bit, probably because he was pretty happy with the verdict. He stood up and he was like, he should be released on conditions. He should be able to return to Star Island in Florida. And Mark Agnifilo saying that we still have his passport, that being Tinny Garagos and Mark Agnifilo. But if he is released on bail conditions, that they should be able to return that passport over to pretrial services. They really were talking about how Sean Combs has been acquitted on sex trafficking, on RICO conspiracy. They even pointed out that his plane is currently in Maui, Hawaii, and that he doesn't have access to his plane. And so Mark Agnifilo says his family can sign onto the bond. Again, they were proposing $1 million. He should be released today. And their proposal was that Sean Combs could walk out of the courtroom and that his travel be limited to Florida, Los Angeles, and New York City. Whereas the government opposed that application. Maureen Comey making these arguments on behalf of the prosecution. The government was saying that Mark Agnifilo was really kind of downplaying Sean Combs' conviction, because everyone, just remember, he is still convicted on 2 counts. That, again, we have to kind of emphasize, being transportation to engage in prostitution, also known as the Mann Act. The government also pointing out there's been extensive testimony regarding drugs throughout this trial. They also point back to the day of his arrest, or the evening of his arrest, when he was caught at the hotel with drugs inside his hotel room, red lighting equipment, something that they say kind of alludes to that there might have been a hotel night or a freak-off occurring at the time that he was arrested. The prosecution also pointing out that his conviction suggests that he should be detained and that the defendant should be detained until sentencing. And so the judge asked, do you have any kind of case law about someone being held on a Mann Act charge pending sentencing? Maureen Comey says for the most part, it had to relate to children. And so she didn't have anything in relation to adults being transported over state lines. So she's going to look up that case law. Obviously, the defense is going to come back. They're going to have their arguments, probably kind of what we had heard earlier. So they're going to take a few hours to kind of work everything out. They're going to send back a letter or an email, and then we'll all kind of reconvene early this afternoon to discuss what's going to be happening next. But no, Sean Combs did not walk out of that courtroom, everyone. He is still being held inside the courthouse right behind me. It seems like, from what I could tell, his family kind of probably maybe went to go celebrate or something like that, maybe go get a bite to eat, probably really take in that it's possible their father might be coming home today. But again, it's possible. Nothing set in stone just yet.
And we just have a statement coming in from the lawyer for Cassandra Ventura. This is from Doug Wigdor. And he said in a statement, this entire criminal process started when our client, Cassie Ventura, had the courage to file her civil complaint in November 2023. Although the jury did not find Combs guilty of sex trafficking Cassie beyond a reasonable doubt, She paved the way for a jury to find him guilty of transportation to engage in prostitution. He continued, this is in a statement that was released to CNN, by coming forward with her experience, Cassie has left an indelible mark on both the entertainment industry and the fight for justice. Exemplary courage throughout this trial and brought attention to the realities of powerful men in our orbit and the misconduct that has persisted for decades without repercussion. I remember, Elizabeth, you talking about how emotional it was in the courtroom during Cassie Ventura's testimony. Just what's your reaction when you saw the not guilty verdict related to the charge of sex trafficking with Cassie Ventura?
I was a little surprised. I'm not going to lie to you, Chris. I was a little surprised, especially to count 2, not necessarily surprised on count 4, but I think probably and likely a question that went through those jurors' minds is probably the relationship and how long the relationship lasted. I will say that and I said this to Jesse yesterday too, that the jurors were really paying close attention to both sides' closing argument, especially Mark Agnifalo's closing argument, where I kind of think that they really listened to what he had said in terms of just, by the government's definition, by the federal law's definition of sex trafficking, it only has to be one instance. And so when Mark Agnifalo is getting up there in his closing argument and saying, okay, well, they did 75 different freak offs, and then it's just that one instance that makes it number 76, and then that all of a sudden becomes sex trafficking. Maybe the jury really kind of listened to that and really kind of took note of that, and maybe they kind of were like, okay, well, when the breakup happened, was it because of these freak offs? Was it because of these, hotel nights or whatever? Again, hotel nights is something Jane calls it. Cassie called them freak offs, but whether or not that was the reason that the relationship ended, because according to the testimony, it seemed like the relationship ended because of possible jealousy, because of another woman, and it didn't seem like their relationship ended necessarily because of the freak offs. But also remember, Chris, that yesterday the jury asked some very pointed questions about different instances involving Cassie, either at the Intercontinental Hotel, over at Cannes Film Festival, her interactions with Daniel Phillip. And so I was thinking, okay, maybe it's possible they were going to come back with guilty on sex trafficking, but it obviously didn't go that way today. And so I think as far as just their verdict, I do respect their verdict. These jurors were listening to the exact same testimony I was listening to. Obviously, they saw some exhibits that we weren't keen on seeing or anything like that. But I think maybe consent was really a topic of discussion as far as, she kept on the relationship. Yes, while it was on and off for an 11-year period, but she kept on the relationship even after these instances of violence, even after doing these freak offs that she says she didn't want to be doing. And so maybe they were like, okay, well, maybe at the end of the day, their huge kind of takeaway was possibly consent being kind of at the heart of the issue.
Yeah, we'll hear what the jury has to say when they begin to speak to members of the media. I want to bring in the other members of our panel. Mina Sewat Lona, SiriusXM host, also joining us live now, as well as William Corman, who is a criminal defense attorney. Thank you both for being with us, and Elizabeth Milner also standing by outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. William, just from a standpoint, and as people are joining us right now, kind of digesting everything, so I am asking a few questions that we've touched on just in the last 20 minutes or so. But as far as the what happens now part of it, when Sean Combs is sentenced, how likely is it that he goes to federal prison on these 2 counts?
That's the $64,000 question right now, isn't it? I mean, these counts do carry with it the possibility of prison time. It wouldn't be unheard of for someone to go to prison on these types of charges. However, he has no criminal record. He has no criminal past that he's been convicted of. But one of the things the government said when the bail argument first reared its head, and again, we'll hear more about that later on, is there was continued criminal conduct even after the charges took place. So this isn't someone who has lived a law-abiding lifestyle for everything but for these cases. I mean, as you mentioned a little while ago, when he was arrested, he had drugs on him. There was post-charge conduct. So there's all sorts of things that the government can rely on to say, hey, look, he was found guilty of these 2 offenses. They are federal offenses. He was found guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. They carry with it the possibility of federal prison. And for somebody like this, who has flouted the law, he should go to federal prison. His lawyers obviously will argue in the other direction. But again, I think it's possible that he goes to prison. I don't think he's going to max out. I don't think it's going to be a 10-year federal prison sentence. But it's possible that the judge decides that not staying at the MDCC is enough, and he actually needs to go to a federal facility somewhere else in the country.
And Mina, I'm going to bring you in just a moment, but I just got a super chat question that I'm going to ask William here. State Boys Louisiana asks, will Diddy be a sex offender now?
I don't know that transportation. Oh, it's a violation of the Mann Act. So yes, I think he would be considered a sex offender. I think there is a mechanism in place by which he could challenge that classification. But I do think that violation of the Mann Act carries with it sex offender registration.
All right, Mina Sewat Lona joins me now, a host on SiriusXM. Thank you for taking the time to be with us as we break down and kind of digest this verdict and everything that went down this morning. What is your reaction to what the jury found Sean Combs guilty of and not guilty of?
I think we kind of saw some of it, but I am, to be honest, a little surprised at the not guilty verdict for Cassie Ventura when it comes to the sex trafficking. We've talked extensively about the receipts and the different evidence that the prosecution presented when it comes to the transportation of the prostitutes, right? I feel like that was pretty solidified. We have talked about the RICO and how if you really follow the RICO according to the law, yeah, they proved their case, but did they really prove it to this panel of 12 jurors who are not well versed in the law? And did they prove that there was an organized criminal enterprise here? I thought that was a little up in the air, but I really thought because of that video, I thought that video was so powerful as evidence. That Cassie was forced back into a room. Sean Diddy Combs is naked in this video. They are in a mid-sex act. She is running away for her life. She's being kicked in the head and dragged back to the hotel room where a security guard testified that there was an escort in there. She clearly in that moment did not consent to that sexual act. And I was very surprised that the jury could vote not guilty on Cassie Ventura, being that there's a video in where she's clearly not consenting to sex.
Right, because it's not just what you're watching there, horrific video when we all first saw it from 2016 when it was released to CNN. You're not just watching, she said, a domestic violence incident. You are watching me try to escape a freak off and being forced. Sean Combs trying to drag her back into that freak off. And it's incredible to think that at the end of this, though that video is going to live in the minds of so many of us for so long, that it really didn't lead to a guilty verdict in relation to this trial. And that's something that is something that we're all going to have to digest and figure out going forward. Hear what the jury has to say about how they took in that video. Elizabeth, I know there's a little commotion outside the courthouse. What are you seeing?
Yeah, so I'm seeing a lot of people, it looks like, kind of getting into a heated debate, likely after the verdict, people got news of it and people are probably wanting to discuss it. But I just see a crowd of people kind of looking like they're maybe debating something. I heard the name Cassie kind of come out, and there's just a bunch of shouting and a lot of people kind of crowding around probably to see what's going on. But really kind of at the center of it, I just see two men kind of going back and forth arguing. So not sure, since I'm kind of across the street, what's really happening, but it seems like these two men are really getting into a very heated debate. There's some clapping going on, some people cheering. So it's likely that they're just kind of, the emotions are pretty much running high after this morning's verdict.
Yeah, I can hear them just there in the background. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that. Mina, I have a super chat question coming in for you. I'd like to know how much of this is going to affect Diddy's future and career after all of this. Will this break him? This is from Miss Cheryl.
He will never, in my opinion, be viewed the same way. You know, maybe there wasn't enough evidence, or maybe the defense did an awesome job of discrediting the victims here. But I think that it is clear that these women were victimized and there was illegal criminal activity going on, not just on the behalf of Diddy, but on the behalf of his employees. I don't think that his reputation bounces back from this. You know, there are some people saying, oh, well, you know, he's just, I don't even want to use the word that people use, but they're normalizing some of the behavior here. I think there's a group of people that are never going to view this as normal, as something that you can just say, well, he's just extra freaky. No, I don't think he comes back from this. And I think it affects how he moves moving forward. And I think he's going to have to be very, very careful, because if he comes out and he continues this behavior of giving women drugs, of of illicit, soliciting prostitutes and continuing these sex acts, he's going to find himself right back where he is. So I hope that he gets the help that he needs in order to understand that what he did to some of these victims is just not normal.
Yeah, no, incredibly good point. I know that we're hearing some commotion. I can hear it in my ear. I don't know if it's coming off over. I know Elizabeth's been talking about some of the people outside of the courthouse. I want to get to Elizabeth in just a moment. Do have another super chat question. William, this is for you from Kelly Bezick. Can they sentence both charges consecutively?
Sure, absolutely. Again, I don't think they will, but the judge does have at his discretion the ability to sentence Diddy consecutively to these charges. So he could get a 10-year sentence and a 10-year sentence stacked on top of it. And that's not likely to happen. But there is a possibility that he could get, for example, on charge number 1, let's say a 24-month sentence, and on charge number 2, maybe 10 years of probation, so that he is under the supervision of the probation department for a while. He probably would have to take drug tests. He probably would have to abide by the terms and conditions of that probation. And if he were to violate it, then there could be a probation surrender hearing that could land him back in federal custody. That's how that could happen. But to get the sentences as far as incarceration stacked one on top of the other, that's highly unlikely.
All right, Elizabeth, I want to go back out to you because I know I can hear people chanting in the background as there's been a group of people along with the media outside the courthouse. What are you seeing?
Yeah, it seems like from what I can hear of them, because a lot is going on, there's a lot of traffic behind me. Obviously, there's a lot of people, and obviously I have my earpiece in right now too, so a lot is going on. But what I did hear is people chanting, "Let him go, let him go." I'm assuming that means let Sean Combs go, but obviously I'm not over there. So, but given the events of today, it's likely like that's what they're saying. But it seems like a lot of people are still kind of crowding around. It seems like a black SUV just pulled up, and maybe possibly somebody's inside that, because everybody is swarming over near that vehicle right now. And so I can't tell who is about to come out. It seems like whoever it is might be going inside the courthouse, but can't tell because of the swarm of people. But it's definitely a rowdy crowd, especially after today's verdict.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Mina, I'm going to give you the final word. What we're doing here at the bottom of the hour, we're going to take just in a couple minutes from now a break, but then at 11:30 live here on YouTube, Jesse Weber will be taking over for me, and he is going to be breaking down everything post-verdict. So get your questions in the chat. I know Elizabeth is going to be part of that conversation as well. But Mina, for you, and I know we were talking about kind of what is the future for Sean Combs after all of this. There's obviously the civil lawsuits that he is going to have to face. But as we see people outside the courthouse chanting, "Let him go," theoretically believing that they're going to see Sean Combs walk out of the courthouse today, whether or not that happens, what are the conversations like surrounding Sean Combs moving forward, considering just from professionally speaking, his body of work goes back for so long, people are such fans of who he is, but then also, I mean, how can you unsee the video from 2016 even with this verdict?
I think his reputation is definitely damaged, and he might not do a ton of jail time from the 2 counts that he did get found guilty on. But I think you don't come back from this, right? It's unfortunate that the jury did find him not guilty in some of these counts, but there's also the court of public opinion. There are some people that don't believe he did anything criminal, but then there are people that have strong opinions about the fact that you can do such a thing to a woman, to multiple women, and not have to serve a lot of jail time. So I think the conversation, and really for me, it really comes down to, as a society, what are we accepting? What are we saying is okay and not okay? And to me, it's really sad that you have video evidence of a woman not consenting to sex, and that the jury doesn't see that as a problem. So those are the conversations. But I think that Cassie was extremely brave for coming forward. Her lawyer did release a statement with her story. And I think that this sends the caution to other people who might be engaging in similar behavior. You need to be careful.
Yeah, and we are just beginning our coverage today as we're just beginning to digest everything that went down in the courtroom this morning related to the verdicts for Sean Diddy Combs. I want to thank all three of you for being with me. William Corman, criminal defense attorney, who was with me from the very beginning this morning, sticking on great legal analysis. Mina Sewat-Lona from SiriusXM, thank you for being with us. And of course, Elizabeth Milner, I know you're going to be on the live stream with Jesse Weber, which will be starting here just at the bottom of the hour. So get your questions into the chat here on YouTube. We appreciate all of you. Thank you for joining us here on Law and Crime. We'll be right back.
Anyone want a mic check? Check 1 2 check. All right, I'm gonna do a mic check. Check 1 2 mic check. Check 1 2 3. Check 1 2 3. Gonna do a mic check. Let me know if everyone's and one more time. Mic check. Check 1 2. Everyone feel good? Want it again? Want it again? I know it's hot, bro. We'll get there. Check, 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 check. 1 2. Check, check. Check 1 2. This is my normal talking voice. I'll talk like that. Check 1 2. Check 1 2 3. Check 1 2. Check 1 2 3. Here's how I would talk from a lawyer in this talking voice, normal talking volume. Check 1 2 3. Check 1 2 3. A little bit. You want me to move a little? I mean, how's that? I don't know if that's check, check, check. Do you hear me or no? Okay, good. Good.
Hey there, everybody. I'm Jesse Weber, and welcome to our continued coverage of the Sean Combs criminal case. What a day. The verdict is in. Sean Combs has been acquitted of all charges except 2, transportation to engage in prostitution, the Mann Act violations. This is a massive, massive win for Sean Combs. There's no other way to say it. when he was facing racketeering conspiracy and up to life in prison, and now, oh, by the way, sex trafficking, a minimum of 15 years in prison, acquitted of those charges, both with respect to Cassie Ventura Fine and Jane, and now has been convicted of transportation to engage in prostitution. Yes, they are federal crimes. Yes, the prosecution may be even advocating for 20 years in prison. Each one has a maximum of 10 years in prison. They want it to run one after the other. That could be highly unlikely. There is no, our understanding, mandatory minimum for transportation to engage in prostitution. In other words, he is looking at a totally different reality than he was at the beginning of the day. And now we are trying to understand what happens next. There is a consideration today about whether he will be released. Will he be released pending sentencing, which might happen about 70 or 90 days from now? And that will come out today. We're going to get a little bit of logistics about what's happening. And we're also going to try to figure out what the possible sentence could mean and what this verdict means. You have to imagine this is a loss for the prosecution. This is a loss for the Southern District of New York, who compiled a case about him. The accusation was operating a criminal enterprise for years. The jury did not believe it. We have a statement right now that came in from the United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York, Jay Clayton, and Special Agent in charge of the New York Field Office of Homeland Security Investigations, Ricky J. Patel, on the verdict. This just came in, quote, "Sex crimes deeply scar victims, and the disturbing reality is that sex crimes are all too present in many aspects of our society. Victims endure gut-wrenching physical and mental abuse, leading to lasting trauma. New Yorkers and all Americans want this scourge stopped and perpetrators brought to justice. Prosecuting sex crimes requires brave victims to come forward and tell their harrowing stories. We and our law enforcement partners recognize the hardships victims endure and have prioritized a victim-centered approach to investigating and prosecuting these cases. Today, we recognize the important work of the SDNY's Civil Rights Unit, as well as the tireless efforts of the women and men at HSI who are devoted to combating human trafficking. We thank the special agents from the U.S. Attorney's Office of the Southern District of New York, Digital Forensic Unit, and the Complex Analytics and Social Media Enhancement Team at the New York, New Jersey High-Intensity Drug Trafficking Area. We would also like to thank our partners at the NYPD for their assistance in this matter and for sharing our victim-centered approach, to combating sex crimes. Nothing necessarily on point about the verdict per se. Interesting. Let me bring in, by the way, so we're going to take your questions as they come in. We're going to try to do extended coverage as we figure out what the rest of the day will look like in terms of when sentencing might be scheduled, in terms of whether or not Sean Combs will be released today. Will we see him? That's a question. That's a consideration. We have with us Law and Crime's Elizabeth Milner, who was in court today, who was in court for all of the action for this trial, and SiriusXM host Mina Sawat-Lone. It's great to have you both here. Elizabeth, I'll start with you. Your reaction to this verdict, and number two, what can we expect for the rest of the day? And you know what? Let me add a number three in there. What was it like inside that courtroom when the verdict came down?
Well, a lot of people were at the edge of their seats when that verdict was about to be read out loud. I was very anxious,
I don't know
even
if we're
sitting
having
in
an
my
audio
seat in the
issue, if we can hear Elizabeth, but I can't hear her on my end. There we go. Now we got Elizabeth. Hey, Elizabeth, you're back with us.
Oh, okay. I was like, is my mic on? My mic is on, I promise. So I will say this, Jesse, that there was a lot of anticipation while that verdict was about to be read out loud. I think a lot of us who are on the press side of the courtroom were at the edge of our seats waiting to see the jury's reaction whenever they came into the courtroom, but also what their verdicts would be rendered. And obviously we know that to be that he was only found guilty on count 3 and 5, that being transportation to engage in prostitution in relation to Cassie, in relation to Jane, but not guilty on count 1 RICO conspiracy, and not guilty on count 2 and 4, that being sex trafficking, Cassie and Jane. So I think from the family's perspective, from the defense's perspective, and even some people inside that courtroom, I think they were pretty pleased by the outcome of the jury's decision. I did note that there was an audible applause. A lot of people were kind of either doing prayer hands up to the sky, that type of thing. And that was coming from the family's kind of point of view. And it seemed like they were pretty pleased. And I don't know if you heard, Jesse, when I was talking with Chris earlier, he being Sean Combs, turned around in his defense chair and told his family that he's coming home. So it seems like from his perspective that maybe his defense attorneys told him it's a possibility the judge may let you go today. I didn't think that was at all a possibility, given that he has been found guilty on 2 of the charges. But it seems like from the defense's perspective, they were so pleased with the verdict. Obviously, they would have loved for an acquittal on all counts, but in terms of the guilty counts that were rendered, I think that they were just pretty happy. And according to Mark Agnifilo, now Sean Combs has his life back. In terms of just other people who were inside that courtroom, it seems like, again, people not even just from the Combs family, but other people on the public side were applauding the defense team after the verdict was rendered. There were a lot of hugs inside that courtroom. It was either the family, it was the defense attorneys. I saw even when the verdict was read out loud, Tinny Garagos and Sean Combs really having kind of a tight squeeze on their hands. There was tears flowing from Brian Steele, from Tinny Garagos, from Ana Maria Esteval, from Mark Agnifilo. And so it seems like the defense and they did a good job. They didn't put up any witnesses, but they did an excellent job with the cross examinations, and they were pretty pleased given the jury's decision.
We're getting a lot of questions in about this, Elizabeth. Before we get to them, just real quick, what can we expect for the rest of the day? I understand we might have a development at 1 p.m., or at least we believe those are when papers are going to be submitted in terms of bail, right? In terms of whether or not Sean Combs can be released today. Which, by the way, we are in a very different scenario. When he applied for bail during the course of this trial, during the course of this criminal case, the sex trafficking and the racketeering allegations were hanging over him. So when you talked about, was he a danger to the community? What was he charged with? The seriousness of the offenses, likelihood of fleeing, those considerations were coupled with the charges that he was facing. He no longer faces those charges. These transportation charges, sure, they're federal crimes, but he is in a much better position to argue for release today than he has ever been. What do we expect the schedule is going to be for the rest of the day?
Well, I knew I missed one of your questions, Jesse. So sorry about that.
Nah,
but
no
yeah,
worries.
It seems like
no
so it seems like both parties are working right now to kind of draft up an email or a letter to the judge as far as their arguments as to why Sean Combs should or should not be released on some type of bail condition pending his sentencing. Now, Mark Agnifilo, he stood up and he says that Sean Combs should be released. He should be able to walk out of that courthouse today. Now, right now, he's not at NBC Brooklyn. From my understanding, he's still being held at kind of a holding cell up inside the courthouse, but Mark Agnifilo was pretty adamant. He wants his client to be released on some type of bail condition. He should be able to return to Two Star Island over in Florida. He should have travel limits only to Florida, Los Angeles, where he has another home, and to New York City. If there was any type of questions in regards to him being a very wealthy person and him having access to a private plane, according to Mark Agnifilo, his plane is currently over in Maui. He doesn't even have access to his plane. In terms of just even Sean Combs' passport, Mark Agnifilo said both he and Tinny Garagos have possession of his passport and that they would return it to pretrial services, even proposing that he be released on a $1 million bail, given that he was acquitted on RICO conspiracy and given that he was also acquitted on 2 counts of sex trafficking. And so they said that even the family who was inside that courtroom for the verdict, that they would be able to kind of sign some type of condition to help him be allowed to leave on bail conditions if the judge goes for it. And obviously, from the government side, they were saying that the defense is being a little too lenient, given that Sean Combs was still found guilty on 2 charges. But we'll see what those arguments look like when they return later this afternoon.
We're also talking about the reaction to this verdict. I mentioned the statement from the government. Per CNN, Cassie Ventura's lawyer, Douglas Wigdor, told CNN, following, again, the Sean Combs being acquitted of sex trafficking and racketeering, found guilty of the Mann Act, transportation to engage in prostitution charges. There was a lot of mixed emotions in that courtroom. Obviously, we would have liked to have seen convictions on the RICO charges and the sex trafficking charges, but Cassie prompted this investigation by the Southern District, and now Sean Combs stands before this court as a convicted felon of 2 crimes. To be very clear, he was acquitted with respect to the sex trafficking of Cassie Ventura. He was found guilty of transportation to engage in prostitution with respect to Cassie. So Cassie and her testimony did support one of the convictions in this case. Let me bring in Mina Sewat-Lona. Mina, so good to see you. Thanks so much for joining us. We have a number of super chat questions that are coming in. For example, we have a super chat question from JB Dub. Thank you so much. Jesse, man, just want to say thank you for everything, man. Great job covering this. That's so kind. Thank you so much. This is an interesting one we had here from Super Chat. This is from JAM. Thank you so much. How does this verdict impact the civil sexual assault lawsuits that he faces? Mina, you and I both know different standard of law, right? Different burden of proof. But I do wonder if we see some sort of movement or action as a result of this verdict.
I mean, there's no way to foresee that, but I would say I don't think it's going to change anything. I think that he's going to still have to fight those allegations, and they're lengthy. You know, there's over 80, and in fact, while we were waiting on deliberations, there was another lawsuit that came in. So I don't think this affects that. And a lot of people sometimes ask, why do people, you know, file civil suits as opposed to something with the government? And this is why sometimes, according to the law, people don't get the justice that they are looking for when it comes to some of these government cases. So then they resort to civil cases as a way to get some kind of payback for what they feel like has happened to them. So I don't think it's going to affect the civil cases.
Yeah, I think that's a different animal. They'll be attacked in a different way. But look, I mean, if you look at OJ, right? There was a criminal case, there was a civil case, different results. But also he's facing allegations in the civil context that have nothing to do with the criminal case. And that's something that's completely different. I want to bring back in Elizabeth on this because Elizabeth, I know we have to sign you off in a minute. We got this super chat question from Shiri B. Thank you so much for this. Love Long Crime. Thank you so much. Jesse and Queen Elizabeth. Did the defense ever bring up a conspiracy theory of the timing of the allegations due to Diddy's lawsuit against Diageo? There was nothing about that in the criminal case, right?
I mean, surprisingly, Jesse, it was brought up just a little bit in relation to one particular witness, and that being Derek Ferguson, this chief financial officer over at Bad Boy, when they kind of mentioned during his cross-examination whether or not Diageo might have played a role in kind of, they were talking about the expansion of Ciroc and how they were only isolated to certain urban areas, and that Derek Ferguson was kind of talking about how the Combs enterprise, not to be confused with the one that the government was alleging, but the Combs enterprise wanted more of an expansion outside of just to be marketed at urban areas. So surprisingly, it was brought up in that particular context. And in that, when I remember reading, or not reading, because obviously I was there, I remember hearing it, and I was like, oh, might be in relation to the Diageo and kind of the civil matter with that. And so it was brought up in court, yes, but as far as just the overall conversation about it, it was really just kind of limited to that.
Yeah, and not the timing of it. There was some insidious reason. Before we let you go, I know I have to wrap up. There's a lot of commotion going on outside, right? What's happening around
there
you?
is. Yeah, honestly, Jesse, if you guys saw me kind of looking around, looking back and forth, it's because literally right behind our tent, somebody was yelling, getting into a very heated debate about, again, the emotions are running pretty high after this verdict came out. A lot of people, especially those who are very much free Diddy, free Sean Combs, those who are kind of in his support system, kind of yelling a little bit at us. I even see some of the comments from you guys. Some of y'all are saying that we're biased, all of those things. And so in terms of just the emotions running kind of high after this verdict is read, it's definitely spilling out over into the courtroom. The yelling kind of stopped for a moment. Not sure if it went kind of over to the other side, but it seems like there is still a lot kind of going on. I'm glad that it kind of calmed down a little bit before you went back to me, but it was kind of a little bit of a commotion going on. I was just kind of nervous for a moment that he might interrupt our live shot, but it doesn't seem like that's happening. Right. It seems like, you know, for the most part, I was taken over to the side a little bit over there.
Well, you stay safe. We will talk to you a little bit later, and we'll find out what today is going to have in store for us and whether or not we might actually see Sean Combs exit that courthouse. That would be something. We, the public, have not been able to lay eyes on him for quite some time. Elizabeth Milner, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Want to bring on Tyler Bailey into the conversation. Tyler, thanks so much for coming on. It's good to see you. I mean, I'm made of questions, but we also have a ton of questions coming on. We have a lot of questions about this. So JAM has a super chat question. Thank you so much. Must Diddy register as a sex offender? And Martina McGowan, again, has a super chat question. Thank you so much. Is he classified now as a sex offender? So is he classified as a sex offender right now after being convicted? And will he have to be under federal law?
Yeah, that depends on the statute. I don't believe
with these charges that he's going to have to register as a sex offender. He'll probably have some terms of any supervised release that he gets that may require, sex addiction counseling or things of that nature. But I don't see with the charges that Mr. Combs has been accused of and the remaining ones that are left of him having to register as a sex offender. This isn't a case involving minors. I'll need to double check the statute, but I don't believe that's going to be a part of his penalty.
Tyler, got a super chat question from Robin Donnellan. Robin, thank you so much. Will Diddy get back all the tapes and other items that the feds took in the raid? It's an interesting question because I wonder if he could put in a request for whatever was taken for property that was seized, but at the same time, he was convicted. And the argument could be that evidence was used to convict him. I mean, what are the chances he could get any of that material actually back?
It's unlikely that he would get that material back, and also unlikely that he would even ask for the material back. And still, he was convicted of 2 charges. He may appeal those 2 convictions that he has left here. So it's still relevant for purpose of the appeal on the record. So I don't see him trying to get it back. And also sometimes, when you win, you get a win, you don't need to overplay your hand like the government did in this case.
We have a super chat question from LC. Thank you so much. I'll throw this to you, Mina. Elizabeth's a star. Did this boil down to closings? She threw paint on a wall and left it for the jury to paint the picture on their own. I'm assuming they're talking about the prosecution. Could have said charge crime after crime, line by line. Jurors are not painters. Thoughts? Did the prosecution, I guess the question, were they too broad? Did they just give too much for the jury to consider? Was it, a little too, too much when you look at all the underlying predicate crimes of kidnapping, arson, forced labor, sex trafficking, transportation to engage in prostitution? I know they were trying to set up a criminal enterprise, but was it too much, Mina?
Well, I think there's a lot of nuances in the law. I mean, even me just being on air, having to explain to my audience, what are predicate acts and what do they need in order to get the guilty on the RICO. I think it was very law heavy, and it might have been confusing for the jury. I also think the defense did an awesome job of discrediting some of the witnesses. They presented extensive text messages that were loving from Jane Doe and Cassie and even Mia, after she claims that she was raped and all these horrible things happened to her. Mia continued to praise him on social media. And and in the case of Cassie and Jane Doe, they continued those relationships despite them testifying that they had been victimized in some way. So I think the defense did an awesome job of disproving and discrediting some of the witnesses here. And I think that's what we're seeing. All you need is a little modicum of reasonable doubt. And clearly that was there because we see how the jury decided this case.
Look, I came on air yesterday and I gave my prediction. I said, based on the juror notes, it seemed to me you couldn't have jurors who were voting in favor of racketeering. There was a split there. And them not have already convicted him of something else. There's no way they could say we're thinking about convicting him of racketeering and he's completely acquitted across the board and everything else. The easiest, I've said this from the beginning, the easiest convictions for the prosecution were transportation to engage in prostitution based on the phone records, text messages, travel receipts, testimony. It was there. It was there. What was more up in the air was sex trafficking. And I thought because the jurors did not even ask for a readback of testimony with respect to Jane, and because of already some of the grayer parts of her testimony, it was likely that they were going to find him not guilty with respect to sex trafficking of Jane. Where the one that was a toss-up was sex trafficking of Cassie. I thought because of the readouts of the testimony yesterday of the key alleged moments of alleged sex trafficking, right? When they talk about 2016, the attack, when they talk about the plane incident, when they talk about Daniel Phillips' testimony, I thought that was the jury reading that back, coming back with a verdict shortly thereafter that they might convict him on sex trafficking. They did not. Maybe there was a debate about, let's just look at this one final time, and they were not convinced. Racketeering was up in the air always and did become a question even after a modified Allen charge from the judge. Would they come back and say, we still can't come to a decision? Would they say, nope, actually we find him guilty? Here they found him not guilty. I want to bring in Sierra Gillespie, law and crimes reporter who's been on the ground, who's been doing excellent coverage, the host of Scandal. Hope everybody can check it out on YouTube as well. It's a great show. Couple of things that we have coming in here, super chat questions. So first of all, Maria Jimenez says, no question, this person is just showing support. Thank you so much, Maria. That's so kind of you. But this is an important question we have coming in, and I want you to answer it, Sierra. Pizza asks, this is, and thank you for the super chat question, Pizza. This is a spit in the faces of victims everywhere. This is why victims don't come forward. What's your reaction to that?
I think it's an emotional reaction for a lot of people, right? And we've talked about this throughout the case, the fact that this witness testimony was so intimate, so personal, going through some of their own trauma that they had to do, number one, in front of a crowd, number two, in front of their alleged abuser, is hard, right? Okay, so we have that really intense stuff they're talking about. And yet, unfortunately, most of us know someone who's been affected by sexual abuse in some way, separating it from the case altogether, you know? And so I think that's really why this case has struck a chord with so many people. If we're setting aside P. Diddy and his celebrity status, which is interesting, yes, but if we focus on the sex trafficking allegations, almost everyone unfortunately knows someone who was the victim of sexual assault, if not themselves. And so, of course, it's going to be emotional to have a result like this, not guilty in regards to Jane and Cassie and the sex trafficking. Honestly, I heard what you were saying, Jesse, before you called me up, and I tend to agree with you. I thought, Jane, I could see that being not guilty, but with Cassie, that's not at all what I was expecting. And I don't know if I can say exactly what our viewer said about this being a spit in the face situation, but I do think, I mean, maybe it's true. If we're believing what the government had to say in some of their statements, they were saying this could deter other victims in other cases unrelated to P. Diddy from coming forward. This is very important. A lot of cases rely or hinder on the testimony from these witnesses or alleged survivors and abusers because sometimes it takes a while to come forward. Sometimes there's no longer that DNA or it happened way back when, if we're talking a civil suit. So I do think it's a statement at the very least.
Sierra, what is going on around you? I understand people are quite tense. Who's around you? What are they saying? What is happening right now after the verdict?
It is tense here, Jesse. It very much so is. I mean, just seconds ago, before I came on air, there were people live streaming, literally screaming at each other. So much so that I was like, okay, am I safe here? Which is what we are all evaluating all the time, making sure that we're okay and safe, because people are legitimately screaming, yelling at each other about differing opinions. Some people are so pro Diddy. How could you have in the past said something so bad about P. Diddy? You reported that. How could you? Other people who are literally smoking cigars and saying this is a victory because he'll at least spend some time behind bars, according to these people. And behind me, I don't know if you can see it as much now, there were so many people here. I'm going to guess around 200. It could have been growing, that the crowd was kind of falling into the streets. I went across the street and kind of wanted to see what the vibe was over there. Again, very tense. And New York police officers were there saying, get back, because this is an active street, by the way. You've seen the sirens and heard the horns. Like, people are driving up and down this road, and it's unsafe to be walking in the middle of the street. So just probably 5 minutes ago, an NYPD giant van with barricades came, and they were going and putting them farther across the courthouse there so that people can't spill out over into the road for their safety. And also, honestly, possibly because the crowd has gotten so wily and so rowdy, and we just don't know what's going to happen. So there is a pretty decent sized police presence here too.
We have reporting from NBC to couple this that say men outside the courtroom screaming over their opposing views on Combs' verdict, as Sierra was saying. Apparently, there is one man who's been reported to be wearing a denim jacket, sunglasses, questioning another man in a red shirt and a bucket hat over whether Combs is going to prison. The man in the denim had yelled, he beat her. The other man said it doesn't matter. The other man says he beat her, he kicked her. The other one says, and she liked it. How about that? This is a verdict, Sierra, because essentially, let's be entirely clear. The jury was not convinced that Cassie or Jane were victims of sex trafficking, that they were not, that Sean Combs did not use force, fraud, or coercion to induce them into commercial sex acts. They believe that they were transported across state lines for the purposes of prostitution. That is a very different legal conclusion than sex trafficking. And you wonder, you respect the jury's verdict. You understand the jury's verdict. I have no reason to question the jury's verdict. This seemed to be a very methodical jury, took their position, their role very seriously. But you can see how people are now going to interpret this in different ways.
Oh, yeah. And that description that you just made, the man who was wearing the red bucket hat and then the denim jacket, that was literally right behind me. Where the camera is, right behind the camera is where that was happening. And it was tense. And you do see this, Jesse. I mean, it's opposing views. Some people who say that they are advocates for people who are sexual assault survivors, who are saying one thing, and other people who are saying they are advocates for P. Diddy. He's wrongly accused, saying another thing. So there's a lot happening.
Yeah. Tyler, I want to go to you real quick. We got a super chat question that came in. Keanu Roper. I'm so sorry. Pronunciation's not my strong suit. But thank you for the super chat question. Could Diddy have a civil suit? Could he sue the government misconduct for Breonna Bangolan's perjured testimony, overcharging with RICO? Because RICO seems like a clear overcharge. Can he sue the government now?
He could sue the government. He would likely be unsuccessful in suing the government. I think the government had probable cause for the charges that they accused Mr. Combs of committing, but they were not able to prove some of those charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Generally, there could be, malicious prosecution or a false arrest or false imprisonment case when somebody is arrested without probable cause. But here, based off the evidence that we've seen over 7 weeks of trial, there was clearly enough probable cause for the arrest. But the jury felt differently, that he was not guilty of mainly the RICO charge and along with the sex trafficking charges.
Okay, so here at almost noon, we are getting a report that Sean Combs' family is entering that courthouse once again. This day is not over. We are going to see whether or not Sean Combs will be released. Will we see him on the outside? Will he walk out of that federal courthouse? It's going to be up to the judge. Both sides are petitioning one way or another. The prosecution wants him locked up. The defense wants him freed. There is an advantage in the defense's camp right now after him being acquitted of racketeering and conspiracy and sex trafficking. We're going to take a break. We will continue with more live coverage here on Law and Crime.
much stress from it.
She the main attraction right now, Pete. It's easy after Gary out there and everybody. She the main attraction, man. They know. We trying to bring this crowd, they'll be pulling out their cage right now. What's crazy is, what's even more crazy is Omar Wiggins, as big as his platform is, he out there entertaining that shit. These are all, everybody got a big platform too, don't get me wrong, but you know what I'm saying, they in a whole entertainment. So they together. So that's double truck. What the fuck is going on? Man, it's on her top. Let's see how fast these motherfuckers coming in here. They come up set up quick. Ooh, content.
I'm here with these people. It's a lot going on.
She bullshit. She's supposed to be getting up content, being playing. And you don't want that content. Get that content. Look at this, yeah. Yeah, but yeah, nobody else, bro. Yeah. Yeah, because you probably will.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Jesse Weber, and welcome back to our continued live coverage of the Sean Diddy Combs trial. Big day here today in the Southern District of New York, in the federal courthouse out in downtown New York. A verdict has been reached. We've been reporting about it all morning. A verdict has been reached in the case. Sean Combs acquitted of racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion for both Cassie Ventura Fine and Jane, but ultimately he has been convicted of transportation to engage in prostitution, the Mann Act violations. And today is, you would think that would be the end of the day. It is certainly not. Why? The judge has to determine whether or not Sean Combs should make bail, whether or not he should be released, whether or not, we have a live shot of the courthouse, whether or not we will see him walk out of that courthouse later today. Right now, both sides are submitting paperwork to the court. We're keeping a very careful eye on the courtroom updates to see what that decision will be, because the judge is going to decide. And what the basis was for Sean Combs to be locked up during the whole course of this criminal process, it is very different now. It is very different now because he's not facing those top charges, those violent charges, those charges that could have sent him to prison for the rest of his life. And one of the other big considerations we have when we talk about transportation to engage in prostitution, the charges that he was convicted of, is what will be his sentence. While there are maximums of 10 years in prison on each charge, and although the prosecution has said that he could face up to 20 years if they stack them one after the other, it seems highly unlikely given a number of mitigating factors in this case, but there's also aggravating factors, and we'll talk a little bit more about it. But we're going to take your questions as we are live on air, and we update you about what is happening. But I also have with us a very special series of guests. So we have an all-star panel. We got with us Ben Shue, acclaimed litigator, famously represented Johnny Depp in his high-profile trial against Amber Heard. We also have with us criminal defense attorney and civil rights attorney Tyler Bailey. We have with us Sierra Gillespie and Elizabeth Milner out in the field. We'll get to them. But right now, we are also joined by Sheree Hayes. Now, for anybody who's been following this case, you will know who Mr. Hayes is, also referred to as the Punisher during the course of this case. Mr. Hayes, who's also, by the way, the author of In Search of Freezer Meat, we can talk more about that. Hayes had testified during the course of this trial about his involvement in 8 to 12 sexual encounters that he had with Cassie Ventura Fine and Sean Combs. Testified that Combs watched and gave directions during these events. You played a pivotal role in this case, Mr. Hayes. It's great to see you. Thanks for taking the time. Your reaction to the verdict?
I honestly thought the verdict was the correct decision. It may be not based on following the specifics of the law, because I know the prosecutor said you just only had to find one instance where you believe there's coercion. But if you're talking about a jury and the understanding that this was relationships, these were his partners, these were, they were exchanged text messages of love and care and over long periods of time. And then also a bunch of consenting also messages to the sexual activity and the type of lifestyle they lived. I thought it was going to be hard for a typical person that wasn't going to really streamline the law, extremely hypervigilant, to not see this as a relationship domestic issue opposed to sex trafficking. So this is actually what I expected.
To be clear, in any of your encounters, did you see any force, fraud, coercion being used to induce Cassie to engage in these sex acts?
Yeah, it's similar to my testimony. I did not. And so what I will even add is, I testified in the facts where I only interacted and spoke to Cassie during any of these occasions. I never had any communication with Mr. Combs. So I would be greeted in a personable one-on-one situation prior to the activities, and then again at the conclusion. And I always found good vibes, good energy. Hey, thanks for coming. It was great. We'll see you again. Here you go. And I did not even witness anything that appeared to be under the influence of alcohol or drugs or anything. So I did find it difficult to see my interaction being anything close to criminal.
I want to tell you what's happening outside the courthouse. CNN is reporting that people are quite excited. There are people who are gathered They're spraying baby oil into the crowd. There are remnants of oil that could be seen on the courthouse pavement. We were reporting earlier on today that there was a verbal dispute between supporters of Sean Combs, or at least supporters of his case, and those who feel differently. When you're seeing a reaction like that outside of the courthouse, you playing a role in this case, what's your position on it? What is your view on it?
So what I think is there's a benefit of the misinformation. You know, me as a civilian, even before I was involved, before I became a witness, the social understanding of this case, they made it so much bigger than what it was. You had rumors of child trafficking. You had all of this bribery and celebrities involved, and all of this crazy stuff that escalated to this belief that you was going to get this magnitude of just terrible acts, and not downplaying the domestic violence part of it. But I think when the actual facts of the case became evident, I think people's expectation and their belief that it was going to be so much more, it actually minimized the victims' experiences. So now where there are still people that are victimized, regardless of the verdict, there's still bad experiences. People almost see it as a celebratory, simple scenario, because everybody thought it was going to be so much worse than it was, including myself.
Do you think
listening to the banter?
Do you think that your testimony helped secure the conviction for transportation to engage in prostitution? Because let's be clear, the two charges that he was convicted of, one was with respect to Cassie, and the other was with respect to Jane. Do you think your testimony helped secure the conviction against Sean Combs?
No, not at all. Not my testimony, because I was clear that my dealings with them was, I'm from New York City at the time, and I only dealt with them in the New York City area. And me being hired in the initial communications was as a male dancer. We always show up on our own. But I did hear in the testimony there was evidence of plane tickets and stuff being purchased on his American Express card for some of the other escorts. So I'm assuming that secured the conviction for those charges.
Mm-hmm. So as I mentioned to you before we were coming on, we have amazing viewers who submit incredible questions. And I have a bunch of them. A lot of people have questions for you, Mr. Hayes. So let's get right into it. All right, first question. We got a question from Jackie Reed. Did you have any direct dealings with Christina Coram or any other person other than Diddy that helped set up his freak-offs?
Actually, no. And actually, I didn't have any direct dealings with Diddy. All of my communications were specifically with Ms. Ventura only. There was no conversation, no communication, no anything with Mr. Combs. And I said this before, the first time I actually even had eye contact, for the first time, eye contact was leaving the stand after my testimony. I had zero interactions with Mr. Combs.
Yeah, and by the way, I'm just going to let you know, I'm not like tweaking these questions. These are the ones that are coming in, so I'm just going to read them to you. This is from an account, Smarty Pants. Thank you so much for the super chat question. Do you think Diddy was cheap with you?
Well, listen, if I'm being honest, when I hear some of the other guys getting $5,000, $6,000, obviously that would be the first thing you think. But then I don't know the scenario. I was never there more than 4 hours at a time on the average. And one thing that I will say is I came multiple days in a row. So I don't know what the criteria was to determine what my fee would be, but I was fine with it. I don't have any reservations as if I was not fairly compensated.
We've got a question. Where is this? Okay. Show and Tell Knitting asks, how will the results of this trial affect your interactions with clients like Diddy? Will you do anything differently in the future?
As far as I'm concerned, I would not do anything differently. That was a nuanced situation for me. Obviously, I'm a male dancer. My trade on a regular basis is not sex work to that degree. That was a proposition I indulged in. So I don't really see much changing. This was a very nuanced situation. I don't think anybody predicted these scenarios escalating to what it actually became. So I don't have any full regrets of my interactions, or if I'm being honest, even my decision. It was something I was a part of. It were some of our decisions, and I'm comfortable with the way everything transpired, even the negatives.
Chris Bono asks, how has this experience changed you, if at all?
Well, it put me in a scenario where I have to do damage control, right? We live in a society where you meet a person, everybody Googles you, right? So I know for the rest of my life, I'm associated with this crime and or trial, I should say, with this trial and these accusations, and I'm instrumental in it too. So all I'm doing now is I have to have a much conscious effort in how I'm perceived in my interactions with people going forward, because I could start out in a lot of situations in a negative opposed to what normal people do.
And I appreciate you coming on and speaking to media outlets about this, because obviously the trial wasn't testified. There was reporting, it wasn't televised, excuse me, but it wasn't, it was reporting about what the testimony was like. People might have misconceptions about what you said, why you testified. So to be able to clear the air is really important, which is why we get a question from Brooklyn Truth. What was your motivation for testifying? So to be clear, I mean, did you want to testify? Did you reach out to the government? How did that work exactly?
So I did not want to testify. The government contacted me even way before the charges, just investigators. And I actually believed that my testimony was going to be insignificant. You know, I explained to them, I didn't see any violence. You know, I didn't see anything that was out of the ordinary. And then I was aware, I was a resident of New York. We met up in New York, so it didn't really, in my opinion, or my understanding, constitute sex trafficking. So the thing that put me in this situation, and this never happened, I didn't get any issues from the prosecution or the federal government, but if you talk to people who supposedly in the know, they scare you about the Southern District. They give you this thing where, look, you want to cooperate, just do whatever you got to do. You don't want to get on their bad side. So I went into the scenario like, look, I'm just going to cooperate to the best of my ability, because I don't want to create a scenario where I'm looked at as an issue and then it escalates to something. It probably wouldn't have, but I just kept getting negative feedback that the Southern District is people you don't want to mess around with. And if they want to talk to you, if they want facts, if they want information, you have to give it to them. And that escalated to me on the stand, where I never second guessed even, cooperating, because I did have worry that resistance could have been an issue for me.
Got maybe the most important question of the day from Xenu Golf Club. Did you like your courtroom sketches?
So I'm still getting problems from my buddies about how terrible those sketches are. So I did not like the courtroom sketches, man.
Well, Combs didn't like them either. He thought he looked like a koala. So.
Yeah. They have me. They're calling me like I don't know if you're familiar with the Fantastic Four, but I'm Ben Grimm. So yeah, a lot of jokes, a lot of unnecessary jokes I'm subjected to because of those photos.
Got a question coming in from, wait, I just lost it. Where was it? Wait. I think no. Oh yeah. Chris Bono asks, if you weren't an escort worker, in what line of business could you see yourself?
Ironically, I have a passion for car sales. I could see myself being in a decent dealership, maybe a Mercedes, BMW dealership. I like the interaction with people. That would have been somewhere I would have went into as a secondary option.
Let me ask you a question. When you were testifying, this is my question. When you were testifying, what was it like to be in the room with Sean Combs, to see him? Did you make eye contact with him? Was he looking at you? Did it feel awkward? Was it strange?
Listen, man, it was the actual extreme of all of those feelings. I think the federal court is set up to intimidate you. The magnitude of the room, it's like doors are 15 feet high, the ceiling's 30 feet high, the furniture's huge, you're sitting up high, the judge is high, it's freezing in the room. I walked in and I had literally an anxiety attack. And I consider myself a very calm, cool, collected guy, not easily rattled at all. By the time I got on the witness stand, I was trembling. And so then to put on top of the understanding that I'm walking in there as the prosecution's witness, so I'm going to assume there's not a favorable thought process with Mr. Combs, his family, anybody involved. So it was very nerve-wracking, man. And I only benefited because I got called to the stand 10 minutes before lunch. And literally just swearing in and answering my name and very preliminary questions, I was losing my voice. I was having trouble talking. And so I'm happy that it broke for lunch. And it took me 20 of the 30-minute lunch to recompose myself. Or I might have had a very different testimony if I didn't have that break time to just kind of get myself together, because it was overwhelming.
Let me, Sheree, stand by. We have more questions coming in, but I want to bring on the other panelists as well. Ben, we haven't had a chance to talk about the verdict. This is something you predicted, though.
Well, I don't know. I went back and forth, but it was, I have to confess, it was a bit of a surprise to me.
Was it something about Cassie's testimony? Was it something about Jane's testimony with respect to sex trafficking? Again, the jury did not believe the prosecution proved beyond a reasonable doubt that they were victims of sex trafficking. What was it? What was the thing that might have been a hang-up?
I thought it was some of the communications, the text messages, which really suggested more of a relationship rather than coercion. That this is, I think it came across as a very, very complicated, unusual relationship, but a relationship.
Yeah. We got super chat questions coming in for you, Ben. So this is from Nancy Nicole. Actually, this is a regular question. Then we'll go. Actually, let me start with a super chat question. Super chat question from JAM. Thank you so much, Ben. Can law address the need for cognitive consent that has often comprised sex crimes when, I'm not sure what this means, when something's normalized? But yeah, can the law address the need for cognitive consent that is often compromised in sex crimes? I'm not exactly sure the question, but I throw it to you.
No, it's a very good question. And I don't think really this is something that the law can really define. And that's why I think the jury system is really the best way of obtaining the truth when you're talking about complex human emotions. It's really hard to have bright lines in the law. I think it's something that a jury has to consider. And I think this really is the best way to adjudicate these things.
Tyler, Nikki Vale says, do you think if Christina Coram, this is a super chat question, thank you so much. Do you think if Christina Coram testified, the jury would have reached a different verdict?
I think that if she testified as a part of the conspiracy, it may have helped the jury get to a conclusion more likely to convict on count number one. But I think as a whole that this jury probably wrestled with the fact that they did not believe this was a conspiracy, a one-man conspiracy with Mr. Combs at the top and there being no co-conspirators. And then all of the acts of furtherance of this conspiracy led to prostitution, sex trafficking with the two victims. I think they really wrestled and not feel like it was enough. That with KK testifying, possibly it could have helped the prosecution out a little more in convincing the jury.
Ben, got a super chat question from Christina Lester. She writes, I have to know this. Please ask Ben. Is he related to Benjamin Chew, prominent Pennsylvania lawyer and jurist and a close friend of George Washington, 1722 to 1810? The people must know.
You have a wonderful viewership and someone who is very keen on history. Yes, that is my ancestor, who was the last Crown appointed Chief Judge of Pennsylvania. And anybody who is a history buff like your viewer can go see the museum that's in Germantown called Cliveden. And that was Benjamin Chew's house, and it was the site of the Battle of Germantown.
That is awesome. That is amazing. And you had no choice but to become a lawyer. You couldn't be in sales like Mr. Hayes. You couldn't do it. Nope, you couldn't be in that. Nope, you had to be a lawyer. I completely understand. Okay, let me go. Let me go to you, Tyler, on this. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Super chat question. Is it curious how a deadlocked jury yesterday could come to a unanimous decision with only the hour the next day? I mean, that is interesting, right? They were deadlocked at the end of the day. They basically said they couldn't, they're unpersuadable, right? Unpersuadable views on both sides. They come back in an hour and find him not guilty of racketeering. Can you explain that?
It's amazing what a good night's sleep could do. They clearly not reached that verdict yesterday. They went home. They were told not to discuss this matter, but they slept on it, and they probably were fresh-eyed and ready to go that morning. And I'm pretty sure the foreman said, "Okay, y'all, we slept on it. Where are we at?" They quickly got to a verdict today, and that's exactly what I think happened.
We have Sierra Gillespie with us, too, out in the field. Sierra, good to see you. First, let us know how crazy it is out there in terms of have you seen more baby oil being sprayed? That's part one. Part two, we have a super chat question from Free. Free, thank you so much. I just don't understand why sex trafficking of Cassie even needed to be proven when we had video evidence of her being beaten and dragged back into the room. That seems like a flaw in our system. So first, what's the scene like? And really the basis of this question is, wasn't sex trafficking of Cassie proven by the 2016 tape?
Wow, these are both really good questions. I'll start with the former first. Is there baby oil present? Confirmed. Yes, there is. Across the street from me at the courthouse, there was in fact baby oil being sprayed over there. And let me tell you, there are literally hundreds of people here. So much so that the NYPD has come and barricaded me into this area I'm in right now across the street with my camera. I got my lights and I'm stuck here basically. Across the street at the courthouse, Elizabeth Milner is seemingly stuck inside because they have barricaded everyone kind of over there because honestly it was getting dangerous. A lot of people were getting rowdy, people were spilling over into the street, and this is still a road where people are driving, so it's dangerous for people to be standing in the street, right? So I mean, it is pretty intense here. There's been cheering. There's kind of been a sense that maybe, just maybe, something wild could happen in this bail hearing, and Diddy himself could stroll out of this courthouse behind me at any moment. We'll see what's going to happen there. So TBD, and of course, we're going to give you updates on that, number one. Number two, talking about the Intercontinental video, the really harrowing video that many of us have seen back when it was leaked in May of 2024. And now, of course, jurors saw it time and again. This is a question mark. How was Diddy found not guilty in terms of sex trafficking with Cassandra Ventura when we have that video? To which I say, I don't know exactly what the jurors were thinking. I don't know what's on their mind, and we're working to hear from some jurors. I hope to one day have them on my show Scandal, or perhaps Jesse on Sidebar with you, so we can really have a sense of what they were talking about in the deliberation room. But as far as the Intercontinental video, yes, it does show domestic violence. We've heard that from Diddy's team. We heard it from Tini Yergos in the openings. We heard it from Diddy himself when he came forward with that video, in which he kind of held up his phone. He had a lot of headroom and he apologized for it. So he straight up admitted it. Yes, it was domestic violence. However, domestic violence and sex trafficking are two completely different things. The government said that this showed retaliation. Cassie was leading a freak off, and then that's what happened, that he physically assaulted her because she wanted to leave. And I guess the jurors just didn't believe that argument, and that's why they found Diddy not guilty on that particular charge.
So we have more. Thank you so much for that, Sierra. We want to go back to Sheree. I have a couple of questions here for you. So first of all, Tracy Roberts, super chat question. This is just a supporter. Thank you so much. That's so kind. Cleveland Thomas asked a super chat question. I think it's really interesting. From the testimony, Cassie sometimes paid the escorts. Could she have gotten convicted on the Mann Act as well? And I'll answer that. But this is an interesting part. Are the escorts the ultimate victims? Now, from a legal point of view, this was about Jane and Cassie being the alleged victims, the escorts not necessarily. for the purposes of these charges. Having said that, through the course of this, when you think about what was alleged, when you think about what was put forward in this case by the prosecution, do you feel, Sheree, do you feel that you are a victim in any of this?
The only part of it I would make me feel victimized, and if this was confirmed, is if my participation did come under a space where Ms. Ventura was under duress, where I just unknowingly did not know that she was being forced in some way, and really giving me a really transparent, acting job of, hey, I'm fine with all of this, but deep down inside, there was a scenario where she was being abused and in pure true distress with my interaction. If I unknowingly was put in that scenario to take advantage of a woman unknowingly, and that is outwardly confirmed in my specific participation, then I would feel like a victim.
I understand. I'm curious if the other people that were part of these sexual events would feel the same. Ben, go to you. You think Sean Combs is going to be released? You think today the judge is going to say, hey, listen, the game's changed. Whatever factors were working for the prosecution months ago, the game's changed. He should be released. What do you think?
I have an instinct that he won't be. I don't think so.
Tyler?
I think he should be released. I think that, bonds are all about what could reasonably ensure that the defendant's not going to flee. And here, the max penalty is 10 years per charge. More than likely, the judge is not going to impose a max, and they're not going to run consecutively. So I think a reasonable bond of $1 million would ensure that he's going to come back and do his sentence. And the fact of the matter is, the government has brought a heavy case against Mr. Combs. Most of those charges have been dismissed now because he's been found not guilty. The remaining two, the question that should be asked is, would he have received a bond if these are the only two charges he was accused of at the time he was indicted? And I think the answer is yes, he would have. It would probably been high, and Mr. Combs could put up a high bond in this case.
Ben, Papa Sear asks, thank you so much for the super chat question, Papa Sear. Do you think the $20 million alleged settlement with him, still paying $10,000 a month in rent for another victim, do you think that swayed the jury? We are in a recession. So basically, right, the settlement that Cassie had with Sean Combs, the idea that Jane was still getting her rent being paid for, I think her lawyer was still being paid by Sean Combs. Do you think that affected the jury's decision?
It's a great question, and I think it could have. I think any number of factors, could have entered into the decision. So it's a good question, and I think absolutely it could have affected some of the jurors.
This is, wow, okay. This is from Sean Love Combs. Okay, this is the account Sean Love Combs. Tyler, super chat question. Thank you, Mr. Combs. Is it possible that if Diddy is released, he will be able to leave America, or would he be able to retrieve his items, the baby oil, the Astroglide? So multiple questions there, Tyler.
Yeah, I think Mr. Combs could afford to buy some more baby oil and Astroglide. There's no way he's going to leave the country. That would be a clear violation of any terms of bond. I'm pretty sure he's already had surrendered his passport. No commercial airline with TSA would not allow him to get on a flight. It's clear that he would not pass the security clearance for it. So no way unless he tried to sneak out the country somehow. And that would be pretty insane for Mr. Combs to do that, knowing his ties here, his family here, the asset he has here, and a relatively low chance of him going to jail for a very long time.
Ben, this is a super chat question from JAM. Thank you so much. May more clinical expert testimony be used in future sexual assault and RICO trials? Trauma and coercion cause prolonged fear. Young witnesses won't come forward now.
Yeah, I think it will continue to be used. I don't think it was particularly effective here. So I think it's a matter of how good the expert is and how effectively she portrays her information.
Ben Chu, Tyler Bailey, Sheree Hayes, thank you all so much for coming on. Really appreciate you taking the time. We are going to continue our coverage here in the sense that Sierra Gillespie is outside the federal courthouse. If there is an update, if there is a significant update in what is going to happen with Sean Combs today, if he is going to be granted release. We will cover it. She will jump on air, talk about what's happening. If we see Sean Combs leave that courthouse, we will cover it. Thank you so much for the terrific, terrific questions. Appreciate all of you. Stay with us here on Law and Crime. We'll see what happens next in what is a very eventful day in the Sean Combs criminal case.
welcome back to Law and Crime's live coverage of the United States versus P. Diddy. I'm your host, Sierra Gillespie, joining you live from the Southern District of Manhattan, where today history was made. A verdict was completely reached in the federal case against P. Diddy. Now, I know a lot of you have been following along with us, though we do have some new viewers, so I'm just going to go through and break it all down for you. So ahead of all of this, P. Diddy, Sean Combs, faced multiple charges: racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, and transportation to engage in prostitution. Now, yesterday, we ended the day here on air with jurors saying, okay, we've reached a verdict. Counts 2 through 5, we've got verdicts. There's one that we're holding out for, and this one turned out to be racketeering conspiracy. So we started this morning, Wednesday morning, thinking, what's going to happen? We don't know. Deliberations began once again at about 9 o'clock this morning, and not even about an hour later, all of a sudden we have a complete verdict. All counts have been decided. And I want to talk about what goes into all of that in a moment, but let's just reveal exactly what was on the verdict. Here's what it breaks down as: not guilty, racketeering conspiracy; not guilty on the 2 counts of sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion; and guilty on the 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. Now, as this is read, by the way, there are no cameras allowed in the federal courthouse behind me, so that's why we're showing you a lot of these courtroom sketches to kind of give the vibe. And we've, throughout this entire trial, had our amazing reporter, Queen Elizabeth Milner, inside the courtroom to capture the essence of everything, to take a look at how the jurors are reacting, how the prosecution and the defense, and of course P. Diddy himself and his family are reacting to things. So when this verdict finally does come down, P. Diddy, according to reports, fell to his knees when he hears the not guilty as far as racketeering conspiracy. And now I want to kind of touch a little bit more about all of that, right? The racketeering conspiracy, because even before we went to trial, back when the indictment came down in September of 2024, that's really when a lot of people were scratching their heads about this racketeering conspiracy charge. And let me kind of explain why. In order to prove racketeering conspiracy, the government would have to successfully prove that P. Diddy had co-conspirators with him, right? Because this is a conspiracy, meaning multiple people. And generally, when we're talking about RICO, usually people will think about, you know, the mob, the mafia, a whole gang was being taken down, and yet P. Diddy is the only person who's charged here. There were no sort of co-defendants. However, the government alleges that there are co-conspirators that weren't necessarily charged. So it's confusing, right? A lot of people are like, wait, he has co-conspirators, but they're not charged. Does any of this make sense? And that's just the start of it, okay? Because in order to prove that P. Diddy was guilty of this racketeering conspiracy, there were multiple predicate crimes that needed to be proven or met. And those include things like kidnapping. When we're talking about Capricorn Clark, for instance, when she alleged that she had been kidnapped when some jewelry went missing and she had to perform this lie detector test, or when she was allegedly kidnapped and taken to Kid Cudi's house, which leads into the next predicate crime, of course, that's arson, when Kid Cudi's Porsche allegedly was blown up. There are more examples of predicate crimes too. We're talking forced labor, or we're talking bribery. There was a whole list on the verdict sheet of many of these things that needed to be met. So to me, yesterday afternoon when we came back and the jury said, we're kind of hung on this one, count one, we can't really meet a consensus on all of this, it made sense to me because it was the most difficult one to be proven. And what I'm theorizing happened in all of this is that they went home last night, went to bed, they kind of thought about it, and perhaps what happened is this morning they started deliberating again at 9 o'clock and they thought, okay, well, we couldn't agree before, so maybe that means reasonable doubt. All we know that happened for sure definitively, I can't report what happened in the deliberation room, but what we do know is they came to a not guilty verdict there on racketeering conspiracy, which leads into the next text of everything, right? The fact that P. Diddy's life behind bars, his life was literally on the line here, you guys. His life behind bars completely thrown out. And I just want to remind everyone, I am live here in the Southern District of Manhattan with the courthouse behind me. So if you hear any sort of sirens or anything going off, that's why. And I think now is a great time to let you all know or remind you about what's going on here. So this is an active street. You can hear sirens, you can see cars going back and forth. And after this verdict is announced, people are going I'm just going to say it. People are going wild. There are hundreds of people that are here surrounding the streets. The NYPD came and barricaded both sides, the side I am on right now, and then the side across the street over there, because people were falling into the street. Many people were walking into the street. There was cheering, people who were excited for P. Diddy, who felt that he had been wrongly accused of all of these things. There were some people who were upset, saying that this was a defeat in a way for many sexual assault survivors. So there's kind of back and forth and a lot of tension there. And I do want to highlight too a main topic of this trial, even prior to the trial really, ever since we heard the indictment, was the 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lube. That's what made headlines. That's what a lot of people were talking about. We all remember when Mark Nicolo said, oh, hey, P. Diddy just shops at Costco. These are all probably Kirkland brand, right? He just buys in bulk. Well, it turns out Costco says, first of all, they don't sell those. It wasn't Kirkland brand. It sounds like P. Diddy was a brand loyal kind of a guy. And he had Astroglide and Johnson & Johnson as far as his products go. But people here today kind of brought that all back full circle. And across the street from me, over here, behind me in this courthouse, people were actually spraying that, the baby oil and the lube, and it was over there. So let me just tell you, things were tense here after the verdicts came down. And there were a lot of questions too, because of course, P. Diddy's family, excited in a way, right? That life behind bars is kind of thrown out. And now what he faces is 10 years, because he has 2 counts, remember, that he's convicted of: transportation to engage in prostitution, 2 counts that could a maximum of 10 years behind bars. Now, here's where the question mark comes. Because is it 10 years each? That's the maximum. Is that what he faces? Could it be consecutive? Could it be concurrent? There are a lot of question marks about all of that, and I'm sure we're going to break it down here on Law and Crime as the days go on. I'm going to break it down, I'm sure, on Scandal, which is my channel, by the way. If you're liking this update or liking any sort of the Diddy coverage, make sure to subscribe to Scandal. Actually, I had a man over here earlier who was like, hey, I watched the live stream, I subscribed to Scandal, and I was like, thank you so much for watching. So it shows we have a really interactive audience here on the live stream, also here in the Southern District of New York. People everywhere kind of watching us and coming to us because we bring you the updates, and that's kind of going into the next thing I have to tell you. So of course, after this verdict comes down, I do think it was a win for P. Diddy and his defense. After all of this, they say, all right, great, racketeering is off the table. He's found not guilty of that. Now we want him released on bail. Okay, the most severe charge that we have here, the one that carries life in prison, that's gone, that's wiped away, so let our client go free. Now, of course, there has never been a true moment when we've seen the government and the defense kind of pairing hands and saying, yes, we agree on everything completely. And today, that didn't happen either. So, of course, what happens is both sides are having their disagreement, their argument, and Judge Arun Subramanian says, okay, you guys, I want you both to write letters, explain why or why not P. Diddy should be released on bail, come back at 1 o'clock, that's when the letters will be due. Now, right now, it's about 2:33 p.m., Turns out things kind of got pushed. The 1 o'clock p.m. Hearing that they originally had scheduled, it sounds like the defense might have had their letter kind of composed and together, but perhaps the government didn't. So things got pushed. And that leads us to 5 p.m. this evening, Eastern time. And that is when that bail hearing is expected to happen. And I do want to once again tell you that after this verdict came down, I want to remind you, we saw the NYPD putting up their barricades and kind of getting everything in order. And honestly, it's because P. Diddy, Sean Combs, could later today walk right out of that courthouse. I mean, there are barricades, there are people, there's crowds on either side. He could walk out. He could be released on bail today. It's still to be determined. So I think that's another one of the reasons why we've seen this crowd of hundreds of people here behind me, in addition to the NYPD officers who put up the barricades and who are making sure that everyone is in place, because it could truly be pandemonium here if P. Diddy walks away on bail today out of this courthouse. I don't know if it's going to happen. I'm not sure. Anything is possible, especially after seeing a mixed verdict like this today. But I know one thing's for sure. We're going to keep following it here on Law and Crime. We're going to bring you the latest as far as that bail hearing. Elizabeth Milner is here. She'll be back in the courtroom to kind of watch and update us on Diddy's reaction to everything. And of course, report what happens, whether Diddy's going to leave or not. If that happens, we've got our cameras here and we will capture it as best as we can. I do have to say thank you to everyone who's been watching our live streams from all across the world. It's so fun to see where everyone is from and to see all the comments and questions you have. I know that you guys have been following this trial for as long as I have, Jesse and Elizabeth And it really shows that you guys are law and crime loyal. So thank you so much for watching. And thank you to everyone here on the Law and Crime team who have masterfully put together live stream after live stream, bringing you the latest information. I mean, I believe we were the first ones to confirm on air that there was a verdict. So you know where to go to keep tuning in to find out the latest in the P. Diddy trial and any sort of trial that we have. Thank you so much for watching. Make sure to stay tuned for that future coverage of the 5 p.m. bail hearing, and we'll see you then.
Bye.